remember to turn this music down. I was wondering why everyone kept asking about the music last episode. I realized it's because I had it up full blast. Okay. I know I'm forgetting something. There's always something. Oops. Come on. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another artwork by one of my favorite artists. And today we're going to be looking at Jack Goldstein, an artist I knew personally and met many times, and really fell in love with the way his mind worked and, of course, his art. And so I want to feature him today and attempt to recreate this beautiful artwork called The Jump from 1978. And here's the little quick, ooh, okay, that's a little bit bigger than expected. And originally this artwork is actually from I guess it's an animation. It's a film that was rotoscoped, and so we're just taking one still from that movie that we are going to paint, and it's probably the most widely disseminated still from that film. I think it's probably the one that he would have chosen himself as the kind of the still image to represent that film. Okay, so maybe just before we get totally started here, let's just look at the plan of attack here. We're going to, in a moment, talk about how difficult today's painting is and the scale of difficulty here. Then we're going to talk about the materials required. If this is something you want to try doing, do you have the necessary stuff? We'll get the image on the canvas. Although, I might paint the background first. We'll see here. Today's paint might be a little bit differently. We're going to talk about the biography of Jack Goldstein, and particularly why this image is so important. And we're going to bounce around back and forth between foreground and background, although I think we're going to probably spend half of the class doing the background and then the other half of the class doing the foreground, I think, as I was laying in bed thinking about this. And then I got to go get my daughter from school here in 4 hours, so it's got to be done in less than that. So we'll make it work here, right? So let's just cover a little bit of admin here. Just want to remind everyone to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. The majority of people who watch these episodes are not subscribers, and it doesn't cost you a penny, but it can transform my life and help this channel reach more people around the world. And as you know, the more people that are making art, the better our communities are, the more peace and love we can spread out into the world, especially in times of darkness and fear and violence. The antidote is art. So if you want to support the channel, you can leave a small or large donation via PayPal. You can scan this QR code there. It'll take you to the PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. Remember, I'm not sponsored by anybody. I'm not foisting any junk on you, even though I get probably 2 or 3 messages every single day from people wanting me to sell watches and hairsprays and all sorts of ridiculous things. You'll notice I've never once encouraged you to buy any junk except things that might help you make your paintings, like maybe brushes or but even then I don't get any kickback from any of that. Okay, so other ways you can donate to support the channel is you can send an e-transfer or a check in the mail or use the YouTube Super Chat while we're here live. My email is not here anywhere on YouTube because I get tons of spam as it is because people found my email. My email's on my website as well as on the Facebook group, which, speaking of the Facebook group, I encourage you to join the group here. You can enter in this short web address there. Here's the direct Facebook link, or you could scan that QR code and it'll pop up on your phone and you can do it directly there. And one of the reasons why I suggest you join our Facebook group is that once every 5-6 weeks, I go through everything that's on the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to improve their artwork. So whether it's you're recreating Jack Goldstein's The Jump that we're going to do today, or it's another painting episode from the past. After all, this is painting episode 379 we've done, and there's some episodes where I've done 3 or 4 episodes on the same painting because it's taken me a while. So we're certainly probably, I would say, over 400 episodes now, so there's lots of content out there, as well as the drawing series. Maybe you're just started the drawing series, the most popular thing I've ever done in my entire life here on YouTube. It's all free. You can take that drawing course, take a photograph of what you've done, upload it to the Facebook group, and then we can celebrate your awesome drawing or painting. So it's all free. Just want to help encourage more people to make art to help make this a better, safer, more peaceful planet. What I want to do next here is I want to talk about the scale of difficulty. Is this a painting that you might feel comfortable attempting? And so here's our scale. We've got beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, expert. A beginner is someone who's never painted before, maybe never seen me before, never picked up a paintbrush. I'd say this painting would probably not be ideal for a total beginner. A novice is someone who's maybe watched a few of the episodes, hopefully done the color wheel on our very first episode, and is starting to kind of understand some of the terms that I use, such as warm and cool colors, right? If that's you, you could try doing this painting. It'll be a little bit difficult, but you're going to need a little bit of experience with glazing. So we're going to do a lot of that today. So that might be possible for you. But I'm going to say today is an intermediate painting. And intermediate can be quite the range of skill levels. It could be someone who's been painting for a few months or someone who's been painting for a decade. So it's people who have been doing a little bit, have painted maybe 4 or 5 episodes along with me, and kind of feel like they can start to anticipate a few things I'm going to say. So a lot of people would be in that intermediate zone. Advanced is when you're starting to make your own paintings. You're finding your own images. You're taking photographs and sketches and transforming them into paintings. And then an expert is someone like Jack Goldstein himself, or any of the other amazing artists that we featured in these Master Studies series. So I wouldn't even consider myself at this level here. That's the top of the top. So again, I'm going to say today's painting is a intermediate painting. Let's talk about materials required. So to get started, you may want to scan this QR code and go to our Dropbox folder where you can download the free buyer's guide. It's got all of the paints we're going to use, all the different materials, and you can look at it, print it out, look at it while you're standing in the art supply store, or you can just look at it on your phone while you're standing in the middle of the art supply store and see if they have what you might need. So it's all free. You don't have to even give me an email address or anything. It's totally anonymous, and you can get started. We're going to be using a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel, and same thing. You can buy these at a dollar store or you can order them online. I do suggest maybe spending. You can buy. I'm always a big advocate in spending the least amount of money possible. There are some links to some materials down below which I think are maybe a little bit better than your dollar store supplies, but I don't think that cost should stop you from making art. One of the things I always, I put this here really just to remind myself to get some rags ready so that I'm not scrambling for them when the inevitable terrible mistake happens. We're going to be using what's called the split primary palette. I didn't invent this, but when I found it after I've gone all the way through art school and graduate art school, and I started teaching people myself and doing research on what is the most effective way to help beginners learn to paint, I stumbled upon this, and it, as soon as I learned it, to me it just seems like this should be something that kids learn in elementary school along with how to read and write. And it blows my mind that the majority of people, the majority of artists have never heard of this. It makes things so much easier. And we've done, you know, as I said, almost 400 painting episodes using this method of painting. And with just these 6 colors plus white, and we can even mix our own black. With just those 7 colors, 7 tubes of paint, you can pretty much paint anything that has ever existed, any of the, well, about 95% of the colors that the human eye can see. So you'll notice we've got two yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. That's why we call it the split primary palette, because we're splitting those so-called primary colors into their warm and cool components. This is important because warm colors create the illusion of advancing forward and cool colors appear to recede into the background. So all you have to think about is, where is the color that I want to paint? Is it in the foreground or the background? If it's in the foreground, it's going to be a warm color. If it's in the cool ground, it's going to be, or if it's if it's a cool color, it's going to be in the background. Right, so that can really simplify the painting process. Now, again, if you're a beginner painter and you're hearing all this for the first time, it's going to sound a little bit strange, but trust me, as you start painting, it starts to make more and more sense, and you can start to see it working for yourself. And that's ultimately the goal, is for you to recognize what's happening, and that you don't need me at some point here. Look at all the people in the chat there. There's Ari, says hello. Jacobus, Shubham, Senga. Awesome. Hello, you guys. Great to see familiar names and faces in the chat there. Where am I on my list? Okay, so I'm going to go through this big list of acrylic paint. After all, we're going to be painting with acrylic paints. Now, I'm going to be using this Amsterdam brand of paint. It's a Dutch company, as you might imagine, being named Amsterdam. It's Royal Talens is the parent company. I think this is the best bang for the buck. A tube of paint like this costs somewhere around $17 Canadian, about $13 American, and that's a 250 milliliter tube. And if you get all 7 or 8, and if you want to get black as well, you know, it's going to set you back about $100, maybe $150, depending on where you are or where you buy them. And with that, you'll probably be able to paint probably about 100 paintings, right? Which is so, you know, $150 is a bit of an investment up front, but considering you probably, unless you're painting weekly like I do, you're probably the paint was probably going to dry up. Well, probably not. These tubes are pretty good, but I would even be curious to know if anybody who's watching right now has ever went and got a second set of colors because they've gone through all of these big tubes. Anyway, let's just look at a bunch of different brands here, because you could certainly buy other brands of paint. In the PDF document, the buyer's guide that I mentioned before, you can see all of this, and I think even more is listed in there. And but I'm just throwing these up on the screen just so that maybe not everyone's got access to, can't find the QR code or the whatever it might be, and you're just looking at on your computer, or maybe you're watching this video in the art supply store right now and waiting for me to get to a specific brand here so you can remember what it actually is. Morale says hi. Do you want anime? I would love anime. So there's a couple of brands, or 4 brands of paint that I have used that I don't recommend. Or, well, I haven't used Fevicryl or Mary's here, but students in our group have used them, and I don't think the results are worth the paint. They're pretty cheap paints to begin with. Peebo is one of the largest brands of paint on Earth, one of the most widely commonly found and accessible paints. But the thing is all 4 of these brands of paint put way too much titanium white into their mixture, and therefore it makes it impossible to mix our own black. And as you probably know already, I really like to mix my own blacks as opposed to just using the black tube of paint. Like, I've had this black tube of paint for what we began over 5 years ago, and you can still see there's plenty of black left in here because I think of black paint as like a fire extinguisher. You only want to use it in case of an emergency. Morale says, I need help on drawing bodies. Okay, well, upload your artwork to the Facebook group and we'll take a look at it in a few weeks when we do our next feedback episode. Okay. So typically what we do here is the image transfer, and then we start, then we do the Imprimatura. Let's come back to that. So I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I'm going to jump right to my Imprimatura, and I'm going to cover the canvas with a little bit of color. I'm going to stain it. The Imprimatura is an Italian word that is a lot of fun to say, and it means the first layer of color, the prime layer. And artists have been doing this in the West for 600 plus years. I think it's a great way to get a painting started. There's lots of different reasons you can see on screen there why an artist would want to do this. For this particular painting here, this is just going to be mostly probably not even visible at all, and so probably people are like, this is a waste of time. But for me, it's just a part of my routine, and artists, just like musicians or athletes, we all kind of like a little bit of routine, that we can do something that doesn't require brain power, that you just start doing out of habit, that just helps me kind of transition from the world of emails and text messages and bills and doctor's appointments, all those other things, into a more creative headspace. And so even though this is going to get completely covered up, I just like doing it out of habit. It just keeps me on track. You know, I think we've all been there, you know, where maybe you wake up late for work, your alarm doesn't go off, maybe there was a power outage in the middle of the night and you woke up, oh my goodness, I'm late for work. And then you're rushing around and you're like making these, like, okay, well, maybe I'm gonna brush my teeth in the car on the way there, right? And you start kind of skipping part of your normal routine, only to find, like, you show up to work like with half of your face shaved, or half of your makeup done, or you forgot your phone, all sorts of things, right? And so I think we all know kind of the power of having of a routine, and when that routine gets disrupted, how kind of how it can throw you off for the whole day, you know. So I don't expect people to do this for this painting or for any painting, or to some people do the Imprimatura along with me, and yet some people might use a different color. So this warm yellow that, oops, let's put this, sorry, I should put that up. So this warm yellow that I've just applied here is kind of my favorite color to get a painting started. It's kind of close to the closest color artist who might have done something like this would have been Leonardo da Vinci. He liked to use kind of a yellow dominant brown, a kind of like a rusty, aged brick color. So he would use this type of color. It would be a little bit darker than what I've done here, but that was his method of getting started. Because it was a little bit darker, that meant that he could lighten and darken from there, kind of starting with like a mid value. I like starting on the little bit brighter side, and then I might do a little bit more darkening as opposed to brightening. I just like my paintings to be a little bit brighter and more colorful. But you could use Michelangelo, who used a green Imprimatura. Michelangelo, Leonardo, literally working down the hall from one another in the Vatican at one point. Different approaches, and they were even from the same area in and around Florence, Italy. So every artist kind of comes up with their own weird way of doing things. So I'm going to blow dry this. If I can find my... Oh, there. Blow dryer. Okay. Wow, all these comments. So let me look at this while I blow dry. So what I'm doing is I'm just running my hand along the edges here to help dry the paint. By spreading the paint like this, it's going to help it dry faster. It's obviously it's going to remove paint, and so it might not be as concentrated as it was before, but sometimes the paint will build up there on the edges, and considering what I'm about to do here in a few moments, I want this to be as dry as possible. I don't want that color mixing into this next layer of paint here. Moral says, how do I get good grades in GCSE in year 9? I don't know what GCSE means. I guess that must be some kind of program in school. I'm going to pick art in my GCSE. I feel like that's a tongue twister. GCSE. And I don't know what they expect from me. Senga says, look at Michael's drawing lessons. And Morale says, yes, I'm watching the beginning and learning playlist. Yeah, definitely. I think, everything I think I have to say about how to get started with drawing is in that drawing series. I mean, millions of people have literally watched that drawing course. Apparently, it must work for some people, I guess. So that would be probably my best recommendation is watch some of those videos. And the more drawing you do after that, the easier drawing is going to get. So it's just all about practice, really. It's just like learning to play guitar. You can learn some basic songs and practice those songs over and over until, you know, finding those hand positions on the guitar, the chords on the guitar isn't, you don't have to think about it so much. It just becomes easier and easier, and then eventually you can kind of improvise. You're playing your favorite song and maybe you add your own little flourish to it, and then eventually you start being like, well, you know what if I just take some of those chords and twist them around, maybe play a little bit faster. Before you know it, you're writing your own music. So it's the same thing. It requires a lot of patience and practice. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, there's no easy shortcuts to get better at drawing or painting or music or ballet or really anything in life, right? Whether it be making art or walking or talking, right? They all require a lot of practice. And as a father of my daughter just turned 6, a few weeks ago. I remember those first days of her trying to walk. Lots of falling down, lots of tears and frustration, but every once in a while there would be able to get an extra step in there before falling down, and then before you know it, now she's running around climbing on everything, and you're like, oh, maybe that falling, that the more there was some benefits to not being able to run quite so fast, because she's just getting pretty fast. So in terms of what people expect from you, that's literally a question I would ask one of your teachers. I would say, like, you know, I'm assuming you're maybe thinking about making a portfolio. So what I would just do is I would talk to your teacher, say, like, what needs to be in this portfolio? Like, literally tell me, give me a list. Because, like, you know, at the university I teach at here in Vancouver, Canada, there's called Emily Carr University. There's portfolio guidelines, and that portfolio guidelines might say things like, there should be 5 acrylic paintings. There should be 2 perspective drawings. There should be some portraits, figurative drawings, some drawings of plants. And so that because, okay, this is what I need. I need to do this list of things to put my portfolio together. And portfolios usually just want to see that you're basically that you're a teachable person, and that you've already done a little bit of the work on your own, so that you're not coming in totally raw. You're already have done some work, but also there's a diversity of works that shows that you're capable of experimenting and trying different things. If for instance, you could create a portfolio that was incredible, it was perfect, but then the teachers would be like, well, what are we going to teach this person? They clearly already have a voice. Like, is this really worth coming to art school? It might just be a waste of their time and my time. Like, I sometimes have students in some of my first year classes who, you know, when I say, oh, well, you know what, I think what you should do is try taking this image and, you know, make it a little bit larger, and try using maybe a paintbrush instead of Procreate on your iPad. Try instead of doing everything digital draw. And they're like, yeah, I don't do that. Yeah, this is the way I work. And I think, really? So you are, whenever I hear someone say, I don't do that, or that's not the way I work, I think, you're going to have the hardest time at art school. Because if you're single-minded right now, as much as I can admire that from like a 40-year-old artist, when you hear that from an 18-year-old, you're like, this kid is just, this is like talking to a brick. Like, this person is not going to listen to anything I have to say, so it's just going to be a waste of both of our time. All right, so, can I send you my drawing on Instagram? Senga says there's a Facebook group. Yes, just join the Facebook group. There's a link in it's the first link in the description below, and I've mentioned it earlier on in this episode. Join the Facebook group, and then I'll give you free advice on the next episode. Thank you, Senga, for helping there. Okay. So I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I'm going to skip over a bunch of steps, and I'm going to start working on the background layer first, and then we're going to pause and talk about Jack Goldstein's biography and about today's painting. But since this could be a bit of a messy process, and also, depending on how much paint I use, it could take a little bit of time for it to dry. This is maybe a good thing to do now, and then I can spend a little bit of time talking about Jack Goldstein's biography while this has an opportunity to cure or dry. So let's take a look at the original painting here and think about how to proceed. So it shouldn't have this white. Okay. Hopefully I muted that microphone before the sneeze from the depths of the earth just came through me there. I'll get to your comment there in a second, Senga. I just want to get this painting started here because it looks like something pretty interesting. Okay, so looking at this, what would be the color I want to use? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for one of these deep blues here, and then I think I'll paint these highlights, the sparkles and reflections using a different blue. Okay, so the first question is, what color actually is this on the background? Now, again, typically what I suggest is that we use our cool colors in the background and warm colors in the foreground. Now, the space in this painting is kind of ambiguous. Like, is that blue in the background? Is that, you know, the outer space? Is it really far away? Or is this whole image just really flat and that there's no space, and do we need to bother trying to create space or not? I think this color in the background to me looks like a combination of both cool blue and warm blue. So I'm going to start with a cool blue, but the color, the deep, right down here, this is definitely like an ultramarine blue, but it starts to become more what we would call a cobalt blue in between there. And so cobalt blue is the blue that exists between cool blue and warm blue. So I'm even thinking, maybe what if I mix it in here? So I'm cleaning this. I'm not trying to do it super thoroughly. I don't mind if there's a little bit of yellow that gets on there. Maybe, you know what, I'm just gonna, let's mix these up. So let's bring these together here. So by adding a little bit of that warm blue into this color, the color's going to get just a little bit darker than it might normally be. Now I'm going to add a little bit of white into this color. I'm just going to put a bit here. The reason I'm going to put a bit of white in this color is because I'm about to paint over top of this warm yellow. That's maybe I put a bit too much white in there. And if I just paint the blue directly over top of the yellow, it's going to get really dark really quickly, which is not a bad thing, but I think what I'm doing is I'm adding a bit of that white in here, and that's going to help kind of overpower the yellow. And I'm going to, after I apply this, I'm going to blow dry it, and then I'm going to paint a new layer on top of this that doesn't have any white in it. And I think this is going to help get me a really nice, deep, rich color. So again, I can already hear some people wondering aloud, like, well, what's the point of... You put that yellow down, and now you're spending all this energy trying to cover it up. It doesn't make any sense. And yeah, I can totally, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, really. Maybe at first. But the thing is that, you know, unless I painted it pure white, and even then I would probably still need a couple of coats, that yellow is still kind of coming through to the surface here. It's just very hard to see. But it is affecting the colors, this blue, in a very subtle way. Actually, I kind of like that just as it is. That's kind of cool. And there might be little places, I'll leave just a little bit of white or yellow up top there. I like it when I look at, one of my favorite things to do when I go to museums is look at paintings right up close, and I often will go and look at the edges, and I'm always curious to see what clues I can see on the edge of a painting. Obviously, if it's framed, that's much harder to do, but here, I'm just going to put my, let's roll a tape here. Wow, so there's something about this color, because there's that yellow coming through, it's a color you just can't mix. And I love that. I love that I've got now this slightly, and this color is just like, you look at it, you're like, exactly how do I make it? Now, on camera, there's nothing probably particularly special about this. And I'll bring up the original here in a moment so you can see them. You'll notice that this color is, again, a little bit lighter, you know, maybe kind of close to some of these areas of these kind of streaks, reflections there. But I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to apply a darker color over top of it. you can see it's still a little bit wet on the back side, which is no surprise because the blow dryer was blow drying the top of the picture there. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but one of the reasons I like using paint that does not have gloss in it, is that when it's glossy, it looks shiny, but when it's wet, it also looks shiny. So when we just use the paint as it is, or when you use matte mediums or glazes, it makes it much easier to see what is wet and what's not wet. And so as I kind of move the canvas around here and looking at it, I can see areas that just appear to be a little bit darker than others. And while that might seem like that's just where it's thicker, sometimes that also means where it's a little bit more wet. And so it's pretty hard to see. I'm trying to see if I can find this on camera. I don't know if it's going to be possible. It's one of those things that I can see with my own eyes, but it might not be as readily visible on camera. Anyway, so let's leave this here. I'm gonna mix up another batch of paint. I'm just debating, should I get rid of this white that's on here? I'm just gonna wipe my brush off here, just get rid of some of the excess paint. I'm not gonna completely clean my brush. I just don't want to have too much extra white on here because the next layer of paint is not going to have any white, and I kind of want it to be as kind of deep and rich of a color as possible. So let's put that rag right there. I mean, I just love color, right? Just big rectangle of color is, I think, just so gorgeous. Oh, just beautiful. Okay, so let's do this again. So again, that was our cool color, and this is our warm blue. So we got warm and cool blue together. And then I'm just going to mix this up. Ooh, that's beautiful. Now, the only thing is I want to make sure I've got enough of it to cover this whole surface. That's looking like I'm going to pushing my luck if I try to just get away with this. I'm just going to add a bit more. Let's see. Mix this up nice and thoroughly. I want to mix this up nice and thoroughly, and sometimes paint gets stuck higher up in the bristles. I don't want that paint later sneaking out and being a little bit too dark or too light. And remember, there was some white on my brush here, so I want to make sure this is mixed in as thoroughly as possible. Now, this is the kind of thing that people would often use like a palette knife for, to pre-mix their paint. When I paint with oil paint, I often will use a palette knife. With acrylics, I don't know why it is. I sometimes just prefer just to go right in with my brush and mix. I think it's because oil paint, you're not just mixing paint, but you're often mixing in more oil, like linseed oil, or you're mixing in turpentine. There's something about oil paint that feels much more like you're a scientist in a laboratory. I often think of it's like Frankenstein, and you got beakers and test tubes, and you got all sorts of apparatus and mediums, and it's... Whereas one of the things that's kind of nice about acrylic paint is it just seems so much more kind of less work to kind of get started. And so that's why I often will say that oil painting is like using a PC versus acrylic paint is a little bit more like using a Apple device. Like Apple devices kind of famously, you just open the box, turn it on, and it just starts working. Whereas a PC, you got to download things. And one of the things people love about PCs is that you can kind of endlessly customize them in ways that Apple often deliberately doesn't let you do. And so some people hate Apple for that reason. And then some people will prefer, they're like, you know what, I don't want to do any kind of fancy stuff. I just want to, play solitaire on this thing. Why does it have to be so difficult? And that's why Apple can be kind of easier for some people. Wow, that is, whew, this color, I can't even explain how gorgeous that color is. This actually reminds me of, there was a French artist named Yves Klein who came up with his own proprietary mixture of paint called Yves Klein, or International Yves Klein Blue. Is that IYKB, something like that. This color actually looks quite similar to that. An interesting kind of little. So I am out of my. I mean, I probably have a little bit more to do, some touch-ups here, but I've mostly exhausted all of that color. Let's just see how close I was to the original. Ooh, I think that's probably pretty good. It's not exactly the same, but there's also that big reflection coming from the light over there. I think we're close. Potentially, I could have put a little bit more warm blue into my mixture, but that's the way it looks on camera. In person, I think that's pretty close. Now, we won't really know until we blow dry this and the color starts to, the water evaporates. Sometimes that will make the color be a little bit darker or lighter, more transparent, or appear more opaque. You never really know, until it's done. So let's blow dry it, see what we get. Okay, it's still not totally dry, but we're going to talk here about Jack Goldstein's life here in a few minutes. Just seeing if it had warped significantly. Sometimes if it's on a surface like this and it's not flat, the painting might bow a little bit. looks like it's managed to... That's one of the benefits of using a little bit higher quality canvas board, is they're less likely to warp as they get a little bit wet. A cheap dollar store canvas, if I was doing that with this, would probably, as it got wet and I blow dry it, would probably really start to bend around here. Not such a problem. Acrylic paint is great because if I did that, I could bend it backwards the other way and try to kind of get that to lay a little bit more flat. You wouldn't want to do that with an oil paint because oil paint dries to like a very fragile surface, which is why acrylic, well, it's one of the reasons why oil paint cracks over time, because the surface, or the surface that the paint is painted on might not be stable. If it's warping, twisting as the wood might, or panel, that's going to cause it to crack. There's other reasons too, based on what order you apply and how much oil or solvent you put into the paint. That's a whole other discussion. Wow, that's just so beautiful. So again, this is probably not visible on camera at all, but this just has such a beautiful deep color. Now, I could do another coat of this because it is a little bit streaky. I don't know if any of that comes out on screen at all. It's a little bit streaky where I can see, you know, I can even see up here a little bit of my warm yellow poking through. And depending on your sensibility, if you saw that, you might be like, oh, that's terrible. I hate it how that looks. Personally, I kind of like that stuff. To me, it's like just a little clue to someone like myself who might appreciate the work that I've done on the painting so far, to kind of, it might be like, oh, interesting. I can see there's a few different coats of paint there. It looks maybe like there's 3 coats of paint to get to this stage. You know, yeah, I like that. I think so. It's definitely not fully dry. There's a few areas where the paint was a little bit thicker, and so it appears a little bit darker right now. I anticipate that, just having seen how this is dried so far, that probably it's going to lighten up a little bit as it dries. So just kind of keep that in mind going forward. You know, we can see these 2 colors side by side. I think that's pretty close, both in person and on camera for a change. Okay, so good enough. Let's clean up. Okay, so Senga said, Michael, I did what you said and took a photo from Oasis page and drew it and managed to find the people I drew and they loved it. I used artificial intelligence to turn it into a video. Okay, interesting. I'd be curious to see how that turned out. I'm not sure I fully understand what you've done there. But it sounds kind of cool. I love that you did a drawing on your own, and you're obviously very excited about it, and other people got excited about it. That's an awesome feeling, isn't it? To make artwork that people like, right? And that's one of the things that makes artists want to make more art, because they're like, oh, people liked it. Awesome. I'm going to continue doing this. You just kind of bank those good experiences, because there might be a time where you might make something that people don't like. And so just remember that not everyone is going to like what you make. Okay. Morale says, what is your favorite quote? Okay, let me think about that. Senga says, I learn more with you. I've still got a lot to learn. I've found the perfect teacher and art group. Thanks, Senga. Morale says, what is art to you? Oh my goodness, big questions. Morale says, I'm still a beginner at drawing, so not high hopes. I did just, while I was blow drying this, admitted you to the Facebook group there, Morale, so you could start posting your images right now if you like. Ari says, anyone painting tonight? Singa says, the man was crying when I sent it to him. Is that a good thing or a bad thing that your drawing caused somebody to cry? Tears of joy or sadness or anger? What kind of... Wow, what's my favorite quote? What is art to me? Oh, those are such big questions. Okay. Well, maybe let me think about that while we move on here. And then, because those are big questions. What is art to you? What is your favorite quote? I got tons of quotes. I literally have a folder on my computer and on my phone using the Notes app of favorite quotes. So I probably have tens of thousands of favorite quotes. So I don't know if I think I could narrow them down. I will look at some quotes by Jack Goldstein here in just a few moments so we can talk about. Okay. I do think I might do something a little bit unusual, which is just to clean my hands, because in this process I've gotten a little bit dirty. And since a lot of the stuff I'm going to be doing after this is going to be using white, this is going to just start to get in my paintings. And sometimes also what this does when you got really dirty hands is when you start moving, it starts to fall apart into little tiny, it's like paint dandruff or something. It starts to get into paint and starts mixing around, and you have these little globs. So I'm just going to wash my hands, and maybe while I'm just going to get a new bit of water. So I'm just going to be right back here. Okay, that feels nice. Nice, clean hands. Awesome. Singa says, the person I gave the drawing to was so emotional with happiness. Awesome. I'm working on a Noel Gallagher drawing just now. We'll catch up on this another day. Awesome. Okay. So let's move on here. So what I want to do right now is I want to talk a little bit about Jack Goldstein's life and art, and then we'll talk specifically about today's painting and why we're painting today's painting, what makes it so interesting and important. So just to, once again, a quick little shout out to the Facebook group here. For every one of these episodes, I do a ton of research and write a little text biography / introduction to the artwork we're doing. So once again, another reason to join the Facebook group there. So let's go to the top of the page here. So Jack Goldstein is born in 1945 and passes away in 2003 at age 57. And I think was one of the most important artists, particularly Canadian artists of the 1970s and mid 80s. Certainly one of the most well-known, popular, famous Canadian artists of that period of time. Canadian-American artist, because as we'll see, he moved to Los Angeles in his early 20s and pretty much stayed there and went there into New York back and forth. Jack Goldstein originally is from Montreal, was born into a working-class Jewish family. And in Montreal, there's a large Jewish population. If you've never been to Montreal, awesome bagels and smoked meat sandwiches and very rich culture in Montreal, maybe more diverse in terms of culture than most other places in Canada, because Montreal was both a... Montreal at one point was sort of like the de facto capital of Canada. Even though the capital of Canada is in Ottawa, Montreal was like the New York City of Canada. And back in the 1950s and 60s, 70s, Montreal was by far the biggest city in Canada. There was a large, and there still is, a large Francophone, French-speaking population in Montreal, and obviously Quebec is the vast majority is French-speaking. But Montreal also historically has a large Anglophone population. In fact, I remember after art school in Canada, friends, we all moved in different places. I went down to Los Angeles myself for art school, which is where I met Jack Goldstein. But I had some friends that moved to Montreal that managed to live in Montreal for 20 years and didn't speak a single word of French. I remember going and visiting them, and we went to a restaurant, and I was thinking, like, because I went to French school when I was a kid, went to high school and a French primary school. So I speak French, but I remember being in a restaurant and being like, I can't remember, what is the name for the check? Like, how do we ask for the check from the waiter? And my friend who'd been there for 20 years was like, I don't know. I'm like, what? How could you live in Montreal for 20 years and not know a single, like, not know how to ask for the check at a restaurant? Which I think if you ask Francophone Quebecers or Montrealers would tell you that's exactly why we're so angry, is how can you be in this city and not bother to learn French? But just goes to show that that if you were to visit Montreal, for instance, and you're afraid, I don't know if I don't speak French, or maybe I won't be able to get around. There's everybody speaks English in Montreal, less so in Quebec City. But of course, people in anywhere where people speak the native language, they always appreciate it when you at least make an effort. So I think it's a good idea if you're in Montreal to at least try to make a little bit of effort. Anyway, so I don't remember talking with Jack Goldstein if he spoke any French at all. It wouldn't surprise me if he spoke a little bit, but I don't really remember getting the feeling that he was like a fluent French speaker. I could be totally wrong, and somebody can leave a comment in on this video later on and let me know. I tried doing a lot of research trying to find about Jack Goldstein's childhood and his youth and his early artistic inspirations. I wasn't able to find much at all. It's not really documented very well. But eventually, in his early 20s, he moves to Los Angeles, where he initially studies at the Chouinard Art Institute, which was in Los Angeles, and eventually becomes the California Institute of the Arts, or as it's most well known as Cal Arts. And Cal Arts was a new art school that was built kind of in association with the Disney Corporation as a way of initially training animators to work at Disney in the animation industry. But as you can see, Jack Goldstein was part of that initial group of students when Chouinard, I think Chouinard existed for a little while, but when they kind of split off or started this new school that then absorbed the old school. I can't remember the whole story of Cal Arts and how it began, but he was one of the initial students as part of the fine art department at Cal Arts. And that initial program became very, very famous because it was a very experimental program. One of the main teachers, quite famously, that taught at Cal Arts for a long time was John Baldessari. And John Baldessari is kind of like, was, because he passed away a few years ago, but was like the grandfather of California art, and was extremely influential into the California art scene, but both as an artist but also as a teacher, and kind of emphasized a particular very playful approach to conceptual art. So conceptual art is often seen by many people as being particularly dry and boring, and very intellectual. I mean, it's conceptual art, and conceptual art can be a lot of different things, but there's definitely a pushback from some artists who see conceptual art as like, oh, it's what artists do that can't paint, is they call themselves conceptual artists, and they just come up with ideas, and that's all they do, right? And literally some parts of conceptual art is writing instructions for other people to then reproduce those or enact those instructions. A lot of conceptual art takes the place, or uses text, either both making zines or magazines, books, posters, or just text on walls. Again, some people look at that and they love that kind of thing, and then some people are like, why is this art? Isn't this just poetry? Or why, like, how come there's no actual paintbrushes involved here? So some people love conceptual art. Lawrence Weiner is particularly famous as a conceptual artist who uses a lot of text. Like Barbara Kruger. We did, I don't know if I see it up here. Barbara Kruger's painting a few months ago, earlier this year, which was Your Body is a Battleground, or My Body is a Battleground. I can't remember what that was really one of her most famous works. There was a big exhibition of her work here at the Vancouver Art Gallery a few years ago that featured a lot of her text work. Really well done. But kind of East Coast conceptual art was very, I don't know, like erudite, kind of a little bit snooty, less accessible, almost a little bit kind of deliberately standoffish, like you either get it or you don't. If you're not smart enough to understand this stuff, then too bad, right? This is what the hipsters are doing, and if you're not hip enough, then sorry, you're not part of the group. That's just always been my kind of perception. I could be totally wrong. John Baldessari, however, I feel like had a much more kind of playful aspect to his approach to conceptual art. I really don't have much of his stuff here. And I think John Baldessari, who also played a major role in the Nova Scotia School of Art and Design, also known as NASCAD, in Halifax in the 70s, and really turned NASCAD into arguably the center of conceptual art around the world. And for many years, NASCAD was by far the most important art school in Canada throughout the 70s and maybe early 80s. So Jack Goldstein studies under John Baldessari, and I think that type of playful, goofy humor of John Baldessari's finds its way into Jack Goldstein's work as well, and I think kind of maybe separates him a little bit from the other artists that eventually form what is known as the Pictures group or the Pictures generation. What are they? Is there a name? I just want to make sure I got that right. Yeah, the Pictures generation. I just want to make sure. So the Pictures generation is this group of artists who, along like with Jack Goldstein, kind of make a name for themselves as kind of the new hip young generation of artists in the late 70s, early 80s. It kind of coincides with the rise of punk rock music too. So there's kind of an anti-authoritarian punk rock quality to the Pictures artwork. It's all about there's a defiance to it. And I guess that's another aspect I'm thinking about, like that kind of New York conceptual art feels kind of very radical and almost militant. There's an aggressiveness to it. That's why I say it's kind of like this is what the cool kids are doing. There's a little bit of it's confrontational as a lot of like punk rock music was at the time. It's like in your face, and you can kind of see that with the work of Barbara Kruger and Jenny Holzer using text and kind of taking the forms of mass media and putting it back out there into the world, and kind of manipulating it and putting it back into the world. Whereas Jack Goldstein's work tended to be a little bit more on the slightly, I would say, kind of more playful side, and especially getting to know him as an artist towards the end of his life, as I did, that felt like a big part of his work. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons what we could say is why Jack Goldstein also didn't maybe achieve the same level of notoriety and fame as many of his contemporaries as part of that group. So some of the most famous artists in that Pictures generation would have been like Sherry Levine, Robert Longo, Barbara Kruger, Cindy Sherman, David Salet, Richard Prince. There's a couple other, Troy Brontak, but really kind of your big heavy hitters are this group right there. Cindy Sherman, Barbara Kruger. And most of those are East Coast artists, New York artists. And of course, yes, Jack Goldstein is from Montreal, which we might, is not too far away from New York. But I think he had a much more West Coast kind of sensibility. And I'm sure you can make a direct line, the influence of John Baldessari into the work of Jack Goldstein. Let me see. I don't want to labor over too much of... Let me see. Let's take a look at some work of his. I'll get to some of this here. So I'll put all these links of all these videos down in the video description below. I'm not going to play these videos because otherwise this video will get taken down because of copyright issues, even though some of these videos themselves are, I think, bootlegged and put up there. There's this great little video that it's kind of a short, almost like a trailer of a documentary, even though I think it's the entire thing, that just shows a bunch of paintings by Jack Goldstein. We'll talk about those paintings here in a moment. It's really his films that make him a well-known artist to begin with. So in kind of the mid 1950s through towards the end of the through the mid 1970s through to the end of the 70s, he made a name for himself as a filmmaker, an experimental, avant-garde filmmaker. So like here's a little video where he hammers a nail into a block of wood and then uses his teeth, his mouth, to pull that nail back out of the wood. Kind of a little bit of a painful process. But while I'm talking about his films, I'll just show a few more of them. Here's another one called Shane. I mean, it's just basically this German Shepherd that's just barking for like 2 minutes or something, 2.5 minutes, and it just loops endlessly. And I've seen this in the gallery, and it's just, I can't imagine working in the gallery where you just hear a dog barking all day long. It would probably drive you bonkers. But that was kind of, again, I think that's a little bit more of that New York aesthetic, just kind of, it feels a little bit more on the aggressive side, because after all, German Shepherds are often associated with like police dogs, right? And so having a police dog barking at you kind of feels a little bit like, whoa, this is kind of, there's something confrontational about that. While at the same time, if you're a dog lover like myself, there's something very adorable about that same sort of thing. Another very famous early artwork by Jack Goldstein is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer from 1975. And essentially it's just the lion that roars at the beginning of a MGM movie, just looped endlessly. So the lion just keeps roaring over and over and over and over again. And I think he used some kind of rotoscoping method to eliminate the background here and turn it to red. Rotoscoping is an animation method which we'll see he used extensively for today's paint, or for the film that today's painting is based on. That essentially you take a film or video and of let's say of a person, and then you just trace over each frame and then take the original film away, and then you're left with a tracing of that, and then you can animate. You know, if you do that hundreds and hundreds of times, well, then now you've got a whole bunch of tracings of a photograph, and then you can animate it, and it kind of looks like that person's moving around. It's used extensively in the film industry, particularly before digital special effects became more widely used. And even today, artists will do digital rotoscoping. And so he used that quite extensively. It's a very time-consuming method, especially during the 70s when he was doing it. But it's basically how all special effects were done in movies up until, I don't know, the mid-90s kind of thing. So, like, movies like Tron, there's a lot of rotoscoping, a lot of work goes into the original Tron movie, goes into that. It's how a lot of, like, Alice in Wonderland, the original movie, uses a lot of rotoscoping, at least initially, to kind of get the movement of the figure, and then they kind of will maybe enlarge the features. Let's see, what else? So his films become quite popular. Today's is based on a film. Another thing that he did is he made a whole bunch of records of kind of audio recordings of kind of random things happening. So, for instance, like this one is 2 wrestling cats. So he just had 2 cats that were fighting one another or playing with one another, and just holds a microphone up to it and just lets them, you know, roll around and screech and scream and knock things over for, I don't know how long this is. It's like 2 minutes, something, 3 minutes or so. I can't read what that says, but and then on the other side might be something totally different. There's, in this video, it shows him playing this record where it's I think it's if I recall, this person crying or like, and really loudly, kind of like sounds like a really sad person, right? And so, and he's just standing next to it as they're playing the record, and he's just listening to this recording of this person crying. And the idea that you would make this record and people might buy it and then take it home and just play a recording in their apartment, maybe at a party, of cats wrestling, or of a person crying, or of a person laughing for 5 minutes, and just maybe play that record over and over, is kind of absurd, right? I mean, recently the comedian Fred Armisen, who was on Saturday Night Live, and he is one half of the duo that created Portlandia, and Documentary Now, all these great shows that I love. Fred Armisen recently put out a record, and this is like 2025, I think, of what is, I saw him being interviewed recently, where it's, I think it's similar kind of thing. I think it's like a drummer assembling the drum set or something kind of mundane like that. And so of course it's totally absurd. Actually, if you know what Fred, I think he did do that, but he also, the new one he did put out is like, I think it's called 100 Sound Effects or something like that. And so, but kind of more obscure ones, because of course you can buy records already of sound effects, but mostly people use those to put into their own movies, home videos, and things that they create of like glass breaking or crowds cheering and stuff like that. So this is, but these are kind of more focused, you know, 1 or 2 sounds on the record. Anyway, just very kind of strange, but I also find it like super funny. Like there's something hilarious about doing that. So it's both very conceptual and very kind of almost a little bit pretentious, but there's a level of complete absurdity and ridiculousness to it that I think is really important to kind of capture that spirit of Jack Goldstein in this work. Later, so throughout the in fact, let me get there's a quote that I want to bring up here. Or maybe speaking of quotes. Okay, so here's a quote I found of Jack Goldstein. He says, "I saw the writing on the wall. Galleries were coming back again. The alternative spaces were for the most part over. In 1979, I was teaching at the University of Hartford with David Saleh. And when we pulled into the parking lot one day, David said," and David Saleh and Jack Goldstein shared an art studio together, and obviously they drove together to work. David said, "Jack, I'm quitting. Anina Nossi, Larry Gagosian, and Bruno Bischofberger are buying my work." So basically they bought up all of David Saleh's old work, and now he had like this small fortune, and he had enough money to quit his job as a teacher. And so Jack Goldstein is thinking like, man, here I'm making these films that are kind of hard to sell, right? Like how are you gonna, if you buy someone's film, how are you gonna exhibit it? How are you gonna put it in your house? How are you gonna display it? Like you might own it, but then now it just sits on a little reel in a storage locker somewhere, right? So Jack Goldstein starts recognizing that, like, you know, this is going to be kind of hard. So he says, "I didn't want to be this guy who did performances in films when all these other guys were painters." So he basically, one of the main reasons that Jack Goldstein starts to transition from becoming from being a filmmaker and a conceptual sound artist as he starts as he's getting a little bit older in his 30s and 40s, and he's seeing all of his friends, many of whom were part of that pictures generation, are exhibiting their paintings and big photographs, and they're selling them for a lot of money and becoming really successful, very famous. And they also have quite a lot of now money that they can use to buy things, and they're not starving artists anymore. Whereas Jack Goldstein's making these films that are critically acclaimed, and art students love them, and he's kind of this darling hipster of the art world. But one of the things that he talks about in this book, Jack Goldstein and the Cal Arts Mafia, is that what was I going to say? That basically he was kind of like a starving, struggling artist, and it started to really depress him, and his mental state, depression, was something that he ends up struggling with throughout the course of his life. And when he sees all of his friends that he's associated with taking off and becoming successful, he starts feeling like, maybe I'm not using my time as effectively as I could. Some people see that as Jack Goldstein selling out and just to make a quick buck. And I think Jack Goldstein himself would probably agree. He'd say, like, yeah, dude, like, I'm like sleeping in my car, and my friends are buying houses and buying BMWs, and like, must be doing something wrong here. Like, it's fun to be like the cool guy who shows up at the art openings, and all the young art students think I'm like the coolest guy in the building. But then when at the end of the night everyone goes home, and then I go to my car in the parking lot and fall asleep in my car, you know, it's not so cool, right? And so that really started to kind of weigh on him. And I think, you know, anyone who it's fine to be kind of rock and roll when you're younger and you're sleeping on people's couches. I think anybody, and you start getting a little bit older, you're like, man, it gets harder every day when you get a little bit older. So I think that initial kind of punk rock feeling that he had starts to evaporate as he starts to kind of see how successful his peers have become. This, by the way, this book, Jack Goldstein and the Cal Arts Mafia, which you can see you can order here on Amazon. Whoa! I just realized the $668. Okay, it must be out of print. I mean, I've got a copy of this book, but which I got from the author Richard Hertz, who used to be the head of the painting program, or the Masters of Fine Art program at Art Center, where I graduated with my master's degree. And Richard Hertz is, you know, and he was deeply influential to me as well. Great person, wonderful person. He used the program's money to send me to London, England, so I could study at the Royal College of Art. He was responsible for bringing artists like Jack Goldstein to visit us at Art Center and do studio visits. When I was a student at Art Center in Los Angeles in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was the best art school in the world. No dispute, I think anybody would say, because Richard Hertz was spending a little bit more money than he should have to do really awesome things for the students. So from the students' perspective, Richard Hertz was like, you know, Willy Wonka. Like, he provided everything we could possibly need to have, like, literally the best art education in human history. And so I feel very grateful for that. But it ultimately got him fired because the administration is like, dude, why are you spending so much money? Because Art Center was also not only a fine art program, but is probably the main car design place anywhere on earth. And so those design illustration programs make a lot of money, make people graduate and become very famous, wealthy alumni who give back to the school. The fine art master's program, not so much. So they're kind of like, you're spending more money for the fine art graduate program than the car design program is spending. But at least the car design program is putting graduating people into the automotive industry who are making millions of dollars, and they come back and donate to the school. The fine art students aren't doing that. They're all going on welfare, right? Like, so you need to cut that budget, and so they ultimately fired Richard Hertz. But I'm super grateful to having met him. Anyway, he's the author of this book, Jack Goldstein and the CalArts Mafia, which I'm sure is probably at many art school libraries. And I'm sure you could find it for cheaper than $670. I mean, it's just your typical paperback novel. But anyway, and I'm sure there's probably some bootlegged version of it online. This book is also very controversial. It came, I was trying to remember this morning, was it released before Jack Goldstein died or not? Or maybe like literally within the same week? I can't remember if Jack Goldstein was still around when it came out. If it did, it came out like literally months before Jack Goldstein died. And I think it's a great book. It's definitely a raw book. It's basically interviews that Richard Hertz did with Jack Goldstein. And at that stage of Jack Goldstein's life in his mid-50s, he was not doing very well. When I met Jack Goldstein, he really hadn't done a lot of work in the last maybe 10 years of his life. Basically, since the early 90s, he had become very isolated, stopped really interacting with a lot of people, kind of dropped out of the art world, stopped making art for the most part, mostly due to an addiction to heroin. And like anyone who's had a terrible addiction to opiates, it can be super destructive. I've never done that, but I certainly saw, because I was good friends with Jack Goldstein, the impact that had on his life, which was just so sad and so tragic. And having witnessed the destructive nature of heroin on people's lives, both from the perspective of the user, but anybody in the orbit of that person who does that drug, and other drugs like heroin are like they're opiates, so it's like, I think fentanyl is a really, really super strong synthetic version of heroin. It's just so terrible. Like I know it's kind of off topic, but I just included, one of my favorite TV shows is the show Intervention, which is so tragic and often quite uplifting, and sometimes has sad endings, but mostly positive. But it's like, so here's just a video of a guy who was a heroin addict trying to turn his life around. Here's another clip. Often, like, when I see this here, this kind of a look on people's face, heroin addicts just often just have this, like, they just seem really tired. I mean, they're sedated, basically, so they're kind of very, like, I often just like the eyes being kind of like puppy dog eyes, kind of sad and quiet, slow, not the sharpest of and our sharpest wit, or the intellectual ability starts to kind of get degraded, and it's just sad, and if you've, the other thing too is heroin addicts definitely, I think they're convinced that nobody around them has any clue that they're on drugs, and yet they're sort of like kind of semi-zombie state as they they walk around. And so when when I met Jack Goldstein, he was basically drowning in addiction, and it was really, really sad. I was going to bring up this book again. Because basically, when I was a student at Art Center in Los Angeles, one of the things that Richard Hertz, the program head, did is he would bring in artists from all over the world, and they would do a talk to the students, and there was like maybe 30 of us in the program, and then we would have an opportunity as students to meet one-on-one with those great artists that Richard Hertz had brought in from around the world. So I have literally met most of the greatest artists of the generation before mine, not only seen them do a presentation, an artist talk for a few hours and ask some questions, but literally sat one-on-one with them in my studio, like knee to knee, having a conversation about art and about their art and my art, hearing them give comments and feedback on what I'm doing. It was literally one of the most incredible educational experiences of not just my life, but I think that anyone could possibly ever experience. It was just, I'm so blessed and fortunate to have had that. And one of the persons that Richard brought into the program was his old friend, Jack Goldstein. And at that time, Jack was really declining. And to be quite frank, I think part of the reason, I know that one of the reasons Richard Hertz brought Jack Goldstein into the program was both to kind of reconnect him with young artists and the art institution, the art establishment, the art world, hoping that maybe interacting with young artists might give him hope and make him want to turn his life around and inspire him to get back into the studio and make more artwork. I think it was also as a way of just providing him with some income. I think if you've known anybody who's kind of drowning in addiction, you sort of want to do anything you can to help. And I think, especially now that I'm older, and I just think about, other people my age who might not have had some of the same opportunities or successes that I've had, I feel the same sort of kind of need to, like, oh man, what can I do to help this person get off the ground? Like, it's so sad to see this person kind of just wasting away. So I know that Richard Hertz was doing his best to try to get Jack back on his feet. I think doing this book, collaborating with him they did basically tons of interviews, which Richard Hertz transcribed, and then kind of controversially kind of took some of those interviews and kind of edited them in such a way that it's just Jack's voice, and there's sort of this semi autobiographical quality to it, semi kind of narrative form, even sort of going into Jack's imagination and kind of expressing what Jack was thinking, which some people just think is totally outrageous and blasphemous, and how dare he kind of give himself permission to do that kind of thing. I think probably Jack Goldstein, I don't know for sure, but was involved to some extent in those discussions about Richard doing that kind of thing. And as far as my interaction with Jack, I'm sure he could have cared less. I'm sure he was like, yeah, anything anybody wants to do to help me out, to help me, I'll take whatever you want to do. I'm up for anything. Because by that point, he was on a downward spiral. It is like very raw. Many people kind of disliked this book. I remember when it came out, it was quite controversial, because some people were like, whoa, I can't believe he told that story, which I thought was kind of like, now that we're all in our 50s, we're not going to talk about some of the crazy things we did in our 20s, and here's Jack putting it in and putting everyone's names in there, putting it out there into the world. I mean, the art world is pretty small, but it's also not like, this is a tell-all book about Tom Cruise and his friends that, it was kind of a bit of an explosion, but within a fairly small community. But it was definitely very divisive when this book came out, because some people saw it as just like outrageously gossipy and catty and a little bit too raw and honest. Like, maybe this kind of thing could come out 10 years after we're all dead, but to have this come out when many of those artists are in their kind of prime was seen as kind of like a big no-no. So it kind of helps document the art world in Los Angeles throughout the 1970s, early 80s, but also documents Jack Goldstein's decline and his descent into addiction and how kind of all the struggles he went through. So it's a very tragic story, and the book documents in great detail and unvarnished in an unvarnished way the tragedy of Jack Goldstein. So some people accused Richard Hertz of capitalizing on that aspect. I don't think this book made any money. I don't think Richard Hertz certainly didn't get famous for it. If anything, it probably caused a major headache for him particularly. But I do remember this being kind of a major moment in Los Angeles art history when this book came out. It was received with great pleasure from some people and with jaw-dropping, I'm trying to think. It reminds me of Truman Capote. When Truman Capote wrote, what is the book of his that he wrote? I can't remember the name of it, but Truman Capote was sort of like a darling of the New York intelligentsia literary world in the 1950s. And he had this like photographic memory. So, and he was the most popular person you'd want to have at your dinner parties. And then Truman Capote wrote this book that basically just put everyone's dirty laundry out into the public, and it was like basically Truman Capote got cut completely out of the circles that he had been living and working in for like a decade, and people were very angry at Truman Capote for that. And I don't think he ever really recovered from that. So anyway, I gotta move on here. Unfortunately, by 2003, Jack was in a terrible way. He never was able to turn his life around, suffered from incredibly profound chronic depression, till eventually he committed suicide by hanging. Just such a sad kind of ending to what initially was one of the most exciting young artists, especially Canadian artists of his generation. So kind of a little bit of a sad story there, but what I want to do next is I want to focus on why today's painting is so important and why I've decided to focus on it for today. So one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about Jack Goldstein, and I wanted to do my best to try to replicate this artwork, even though originally it's a film, is that it is a really important artwork in the history of modern art, of post-conceptual art, of experimental film. And Jack Goldstein's work really crosses over a lot of different kind of boundaries. Being both a filmmaker and a sound artist, and then later transitioning into paintings in the late 70s, early 80s. He kind of brought some of the wildness of his films into his paintings. But also, a lot of Jack Goldstein's work uses the methods of Hollywood and kind of warps them and reframes them and puts them back out into the world. I mean, there's this quote that he has here. He says, The thing I learned about Hollywood was that we all had access to the same thing that Steven Spielberg had access to. Except he could go in and rent it for 2 months, and I could go in and rent it for an hour. So I think, what he's talking about is doing things like today's the film that he ended up creating used special effects which up until kind of that point were only available to the most successful filmmakers of all time. Used technology that was not accessible to people, but as the 70s began, some of those very expensive technologies started to trickle down and became more accessible to just the regular people and artists. Like he said, it became possible for him to rent some studio time to do animations like this. He could rent some of the film equipment. He wasn't able to make, let's say, a 2-hour-long feature film, but he could make a 2-minute movie, use on 35mm film and things like that. So this particular video, I can't really show much of it because I'll get demonetized and this video will be taken down. But I'll just play maybe a little clip here. Right, so we get this. Essentially, what we're looking at is originally a film of an Olympic diver who's jumping on a diving board, and they're just sort of going up and down, and then it's kind of looped, and the dancer flips up into the air, but we never see the dancer going, or the swimmer go into the water. So there's always this kind of anticipation that it's going to happen, but we just see them flipping up in the air, and then it loops again, and they kind of go in and out of frame. This video, the artwork was recently shown in Times Square. In Times Square, they have this program called the Midnight Moment, that at midnight for like 2 minutes, a bunch of these screens, which are usually showing advertisements, are dedicated to an art video. And I don't know if it's every night, but they'll show just this little clip of different artworks. And so often people will gather in the middle of Times Square. Artists and people interested in art will gather there and celebrate kind of the premiere of a different video film for just a short period of time. And so this was one of the more successful ones because people, it's a very accessible, kind of cool little video of this person jumping. You can see here's this video of it, and it shows people kind of break dancing while they're listening, or while the video is playing in the background. The video has no sound. It's a silent film, and it's, I think, 2 minutes long. How long is it? This is just a clip of it. It's longer than 50 seconds, I think. I could be entirely wrong. I thought it was like a 5-minute clip. And I'll put all the links to this. There's a YouTube, here's the Vimeo version. It's been written about quite extensively. It's a 16mm film. Right, here's a clip on Google Arts and Culture showing the premiere of the video there in Times Square. I just think it's just a beautiful image. It would have been nice if more of these companies had aired that video, but obviously that didn't happen. For me, as soon as I saw this, it made such a huge impact for me. The look of it was so strange and so weird, but also kind of blew my mind. I'm thinking, like, I don't know how I would make this movie today. And this is back in 2001 or something when I first saw it, let alone how someone would make this movie in the mid-1970s. Like, so there's just, from a technical aspect, it's kind of mind-blowing. And it's like what Jack Goldstein was saying about Hollywood, is that he could take he not doesn't have the ability, the financial ability, or the technical ability as like a major Hollywood studio to make a big feature film, but he could make something really incredible that's very, very short, right? And that's what he did. So it just, I remember just being totally blown away, thinking, how did an artist, an everyday Joe, make such a technically mind-bogglingly incredible artwork like back in the 1970s? So that, just from that point of view, it's just like more incredible than any art video I had seen up until that point. And again, considering that, you know, one of the videos that he made before that was much more typical of kind of early experimental art film and video, was this one where he's pulling the nail out with his mouth. This is the kind of thing that you would have seen like artists like Bruce Nauman make, Nam June Paik, like very you know, fun, silly, weird, but super low tech videos. Versus The Jump was, I'm sure, just stunning to everybody, especially when they first saw it. Although, again, as I said, when I saw this in the late 90s, it blew my mind. So that, I think, was kind of like a... it made other artists aware of the potential that we don't have to just make kind of low-grade punk rock kind of anti-art. We can make like really incredible, high-concept, technically incredible artworks ourselves as well, right? And I think kind of maybe the lesson for that is, even for artists today, is that rather than focusing your energy on making a long feature film, think about making one, 30-second, 1 minute long video that is really incredible. And then from that, you can use that as a stepping stone to do other things, and you get financing to do more stuff. But put everything you've got into just a small little kind of clip and build from there. Put all your energies into making one really good, tight animation. Yeah, I think that's what I want to say about this painting. So maybe it's time to actually paint it. Whoa, look at all these comments. Wow, okay. There's a lot of stuff here. Oh, there's Stephanie in the chat. Hi, Stephanie. Ari says, I'm actually copying a painting I found online, but I cannot find the title of the artist. The picture's not great quality either, but pretty. Okay, can't wait to see how that turns out. Stephanie says, I put Shane on last night, and my 8-month-old puppy, Zelda, was very interested. She is a German Shepherd, too. It was hilarious. So Shane is one of Jack Goldstein's other videos. That's the one I mentioned of the German Shepherd dog barking. Ari says, I'm painting a realistic landscape with a church, a lady, and some ducks. Okay, that sounds cool. Yes. Stephanie says, I want to paint an old mission. It sounds beautiful. Saying, so that's when you realize you're getting old. Yes. Saying, this is so true, Michael. Very sad. That might have been when we were talking about drug addiction there. Richard says, there's a saying, everyone's an artist until you have to pay the rent. Exactly. Exactly. And that financial pressure that artists feel is very real. Very real. And every artist has their own way of navigating through those, through that. And it's kind of the age-old question, should an artist take a job in the art world, maybe helping other artists create their work, working in a museum or an art gallery, take up a teaching job, or should that artist take another job entirely, like work as a waiter, or go back to school, become a doctor or a lawyer, and then make art on the side, right? And because at least initially, art generally doesn't pay very well, and it takes artists sometimes decades to build up kind of enough notoriety and for their artwork, the value to start to increase enough for them just to concentrate entirely on their own artwork. Belzorium says, "Oh, hi!" Oh, hi, Belzorium. Nice to see you there in the chat. Okay, so I'm really excited to paint this painting. This painting has been in my mind for 30 years almost at this point. And when I was a student at Art Center and I got to meet Jack Goldstein, and you know, one of the things that we used to do together. So I was the student who was assigned to set up the meetings for Jack Goldstein. So every student at Art Center had an opportunity to kind of maybe be the person who go to pick that artist up from the airport, drive them to their hotel, take them to lunch, and you know, keep them busy for a few days, set up meetings with them, you know, interact with other students based on what that artist wanted to do or how they wanted to conduct their meetings. And for that, you would get a little bit of money from the school to do that. You'd get, you know, this little stipend to pay for lunches and stuff. But it was also just a really cool way to meet. So I was always the one, I would sign up for everybody. I wanted to meet everybody. I was like, I'm going to take advantage of every opportunity I have. Other students in the class were just like, pff, especially because some of them came from a lot of money. Like, I don't need $100. I got better things to do than go drive some old artist around all day long. Like, ugh. Whereas I wanted to soak up experiences from everybody I came in contact with. It was just such a neat experience. One of the things that was a little bit tragic about Jack, though, is I remember, you know, the first time he did meetings, some of the other students were just like, oh my goodness, that was the worst meeting I had. Like, I mean, the guy just sat in my studio and we barely talked for an hour and it was kind of awkward. He didn't really ask much about my artwork. It was kind of just like, you know, it was like having an awkward conversation with somebody on the bus. Because some people would come in and they would just be all, you know, like, want to talk about everything, and they'd give you all these suggestions of books to read and other artists to check out and all sorts of references that you might find interesting. Some of them would give you a really harsh critique and tell you like, oh, this stuff sucks, this is what you should be doing instead, or stop doing this or that. And sometimes you would leave those meetings be over and you're like, oh my goodness, that was so intense. Jack Goldstein was like the opposite. It was just like super chill and relaxed. And I remember the next week after, like, because he was coming there kind of once a week for a period of time. People wouldn't sign up. They were just like, I don't know, I met with him last week and it was kind of a major bummer. So one of the things that I did is I would just get friends to my other students to sign up, and then I would just like, if you just sign up, that way he can get paid, and then I'll just take him for lunch and we'll just go hang out. We'll go look at books all day. So that's what I did, which is again very sad. But I think he kind of liked me because we were both Canadians living in Los Angeles, and it was just like, for me too, it was just I think a great eye-opener about the dangers of drug addiction. And you know, there's this myth of like artists, you know, great artists are like messed up and wild and always under the influence, and that's where you create your best work. And I saw firsthand from one of the great artists of his generation become kind of useless, totally unproductive, and sorry, fruit fly or something flying around here. So I saw firsthand how destructive drug abuse could be, and just certainly made me like, I am never touching heroin or any of those other kinds of drugs like that. Like, that just seems like just such a terrible way to live, and just be totally dependent on a substance like that is something that didn't want in my life. So I'm in that way, I'm really grateful to having been able to spend time with Jack, to have learned that lesson that unfortunately not everybody learns, because sometimes those drugs are portrayed in such a romantic way in Hollywood movies and TV and books, and yet when you see it up close and in person, there's nothing attractive about it at all. So as a young artist, because I was like 21 years old I think when I met him, that was a major, I can't say more how grateful I am. And also just sort of, so again, also there was something made me feel kind of nice to at least try to, spending time with him at that stage of his life where he was very, very lonely, depressed, and he had basically burned so many of his bridges. It felt like a little bit like I'm trying. It was almost like being a hospice worker or something, just trying to kind of help him through that last stage of his life before ultimately he took his own life. Not that I'm some kind of hero or anything, just that I felt like the poor guy needed just a little bit of love. And there was, at that point, you don't think he was going to make any changes and turn things around. So it was just sort of like, holding someone's hand before they pass away kind of thing, and try to make that last few trips around the sun as painless as possible. Anyway. Hey, are you ready to make a painting? After all of that? Okay, I think we'll talk about some more positive things as we work on the painting. So where do I want to go? Let's... Okay. So now that we've just spent like an hour or so talking about the life of Jack Goldstein, I want to start really painting this painting, The Jump, from 1978. And usually by this stage of these episodes, I long ago did my image transfer. But considering what we've got right now is this blue canvas, I'm going to do the image transfer now. So the first thing I want to do is make absolutely sure that my canvas is nice and dry. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to download the free template that I've created. So you can use the QR code on the screen to go to our Dropbox folder. You don't have to give me your email address. You don't got to pay me anything. It would be nice if people gave a small donation every once in a while, but you can... scan this QR code or enter this web address in, and it'll take you to our Dropbox folder. So let's go there. In the Dropbox folder, you'll see that at the very top, this is where our supply guide is, and the basic color wheel, all these different tools. And then you're going to see that there's like 400 folders that begin with an artist's first name, then last name, and you'll see that. There's Leonardo da Vinci, Pablo Picasso, Nicole Eisenman, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Lauren Harris, JMW Turner, and we are right here, Jack Goldstein. And you'll see inside you've got the original artwork, as well as the outline that I've done using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. So there's the original, and then there's the drawing that I've created. which kind of, so I did it this way in order to kind of maybe help see the structure so we can get this on here as easy as possible. But I kind of like this drawing. After I did it, I was like, that's kind of cool. Like it does feel to me like, it reminds me of like Vasily Kandinsky and like early 20th century abstract painting. Belzorian says, I just happened to stumble upon your drawing courses here on YouTube. Man, 40 videos, 1 to 2 hours long each. You don't know how valuable this is going to be to me. Awesome! That makes me so happy. You also say, I've heard somewhere, quote, copying a painting is reproduction, copying an intent is art. Interesting. I haven't heard that before. I like that. That's cool. And to get to the intent, you need to know the artist in their most intimate ways of life. So to me, knowing the artist is the most important step when wanting to get inspiration from an art piece. Wow. I mean, I haven't quite heard it expressed that way, but clearly I get what you're saying there, because I just spent the past hour and a half talking about this artist's life, and because I myself agree that the more I understand about an artist and their methods and intent, the more interesting it makes that artwork, for me personally, right? Some artists, some people could care less about what an artist thinks or feels or what their intent is. For me, it's really, really important. Okay, so typically I use my typically I use my carbon paper or graphite paper, and it usually is, it's black. One side, when I draw on it, it creates black lines. So let's say I'll just do this right up here with my fingernail. You could see the lines that it created here. I am a little bit worried if I try to do this on the blue that I'm not going to see anything. So instead, what I'm going to do is see if I can use my white carbon paper. This is a little bit harder to find. Often it's not on sale at art supply stores. Where you can often find it, however, is at fabric stores. Because often, and sometimes it's not just in white, but you might see yellow and red and purple. But people might use a colored graphite or charcoal paper like this in order to transfer patterns onto fabric. And if you've got a white piece of fabric, of course, you can use black, works very well. But if you're using a black piece of fabric, black carbon paper just isn't going to work very well, right? So, however, the one thing is I can never remember what side is up or down. Okay, I think that's the downside. I just had to use something that was dark so I could see these lines. So for instance, let's try this side. Don't see anything on this card. Versus I go here. Oops, let's... Okay, wait a second. Didn't it just work? Okay, no, that side's not working. Okay, so it's definitely this side down. You want to make sure that this surface is as dry as possible. If it's a little bit wet, then the carbon paper is going to stick to the wet paint, obviously. But also, even if it's just like kind of dry to the touch, when we do this, because acrylic paint always kind of has a slightly kind of sticky quality that it can rub off. So what I want to do is try as much as possible not to put pressure on the paper except where I'm drawing these. And I'm going to see if I just do press little dots here. Can that work? Cool. Okay. So instead of tracing all these circles out, I'm just going to use my pen to press down in the center of each of these dots. And that's why I created this kind of grid, because it helped me kind of just see where the actual structure of this is. Now, this is going to be a little bit harder because I can't really see which circles I've already done. Let's just flip this up and make sure it's working. This is going to be a bit of a challenge. Oh my goodness. I knew this was going to be, this is one of the reasons I've been wanting to do this for 5 years now. But I've always thought, like, oh, I don't know how to pull this one off necessarily. So I've kind of been wanting to do it, but avoiding it. And last night, and so I've had this all prepped for a long time, but last night I was like, you know what, let's just do it. Let's jump into the deep end. Let's see if we can make this work. Let's stop putting it off. Another thing I think Jack would really appreciate is that while he was mostly known as a filmmaker initially, during the late 1970s, early 80s, he transitioned into painting. And as I said in his biography, one of the main reasons he did that was purely financial, that he noticed all of his friends from that pictures generation group were starting to become very successful financially, selling paintings and sculptures and photographs, whereas his stuff was much more conceptual and harder to monetize. He started to, I don't know if you can see that. So you can see some of this. Let's see if I can rub that away. So I must have been resting my hand on that area, and I got a little bit of made an impression on there. Okay, so these lines, I'm a little reticent to use a ruler because I'm afraid that the ruler might also create an impression. So I'm just gonna draw this by hand. Again, even down here, I'm trying to just touch the paper and not the white carbon paper underneath here. Now, I am going to paint over everything, so I'm not super worried about being perfect here. Ideally, all these white lines are just going to disappear. Oh, so I was so when Jack Goldstein transitioned from being a filmmaker to a painter, one of the things that he did, quite controversially, was to hire other artists, other painters, to make his paintings for him. And for some people, that is absolutely outrageous and completely unforgivable. But for anybody who knows a little bit about the history of art, it's not unusual at all. In fact, that's quite typical of artists back in the day, especially artists using the master and apprentice kind of setup, is that as an apprentice, it was sort of what existed before art schools. The master was basically training the apprentice and giving them increasingly more and more responsibility as time went on. And that responsibility would ultimately conclude in them basically painting entire paintings only for the master to then sign their own name on top of it and take ownership over that work. Until such a point where the master would say, you know what, dude? Like, I think you should go off on your own and start your own studio because you're too good to be working for me. You know, like, in fact, if anything, people like the paintings that you're painting better than the paintings that I paint on my own. And so you should be making your own paintings and signing your own paintings. So throughout history, and so of course that makes the authenticating paintings really, really difficult, because sometimes discerning who did what on which painting, is this a painting by Leonardo or by Leonardo da Vinci's students? Pretty hard to tell at some point, right? I mean, that's one of the main bones of contention that people have with that Leonardo painting, the Salvator Mundi, which we did that painting as part of the series a few years ago. Because some people say that that's actually not by Leonardo, it's by one of his students. And maybe he did a couple brushstrokes on there to tidy up some mistakes, but some people think it's doesn't even have a single brushstroke of Leonardo's on the surface. And even then, if a painting was done by one of Leonardo's students in Leonardo's studio with Leonardo guiding and offering advice, does that count as a Leonardo? Or if it's one of his students did it, but Leonardo's actually signed his name, which he didn't, but let's say he did, is that technically a Leonardo? I mean, these things you can let me know in the description what you feel about, like, where is the line. Andy Warhol would go on to do that well, Andy Warhol did a little bit of that actually before Jack Goldstein. But another artist that comes after Jack Goldstein is Jeff Koons, a New York artist who did a lot of that. And even to this day has a studio full of like dozens and dozens of young artists who are making all of Jeff Koons' paintings for him. I don't even think Jeff Koons even signs any of them. Senga asks, what is the white paper called? So this is just, you can see here, this is white graphite paper, and here's white charcoal paper. Right, I think I might have, I'm not sure if I got these at an art supply store or ordered them online. But as I said, if you can't find them at an art supply store, you probably will find them more easily and maybe even cheaper at a fabric store, right? Where you go, where you buy fabric on rolls to sew your own clothes, kind of thing. Belzorium says, that's why I like abstract art. Look becomes less important, intent and feelings are put on the front. Interesting. Do you draw on paper only, or do you happen to use tablets or drawing pads or computers? I do both. I like drawing on paper. I also really like drawing on my tablet. And I've been working on a graphic novel for the past 5 years, and I've so far done almost all of it on my iPad Pro. Or actually, I use my iPad Mini more than my Pro these days because I like carrying it around. So I think both they're different tools, but they're both really fun ways of drawing. Belzorium says, sorry, I didn't know if you answered my question, but if you did, I wasn't there to hear it. I think I just answered it, so you let me know if that was the answer to your question. Or sometimes there's all of these comments in there. Sometimes I miss people's comments, and if that happens, please let me know. Okay, so I got 2 hours. Oof, okay, we got to buckle down here, Markowsky. Let's get some action going on. So let's look at this. Well, let's go to the next step here. So now we've got our image transferred onto our blue, the canvas, which has been painted blue. And now we're going to start painting these radiating sparkles of light here. So let's think about how we want to approach this. How do we want to do this particular thing? Okay. My first instinct here is to paint all of these dots white. I could paint, glaze the kind of the beam of light radiating from all of them, but what would make me a little bit worried is I might lose where the center of them is. I feel like if I paint white dots, that might make it easier for me to see the center. So I'm thinking my plan, I'm going to paint little white dots over top of where I've traced my white dots. And I'm just going to worry about just making them all about roughly the same size. And then I think what I'm going to do is paint those kind of light blue diagonals, these reflections of light. And then I'm going to go back and paint those little glowing orbs. Okay, so there's a few steps here. So I'm just gonna, I've got my white on the palette here. I just put a little bit of glazing fluid because this white's kind of started to dry a little bit since I've been talking for so long. So I'm going to add that in there. It's going to make the paint a little bit transparent. So I'm just using, this is my satin glazing liquid that I put in there. So it's sort of like adding water to the paint. But instead of, water is going to break the bonds down and make it very, transparent. This is going to make it more transparent, but it's like I've added actually more glue into it. So now I could try to combine multiple steps into this stage, but I'm going to take my time here a little bit, even though I'm in a bit of a hurry. Because I just think, based on my own experience over the years, this makes the most sense. It's entirely possible that in an hour I'm going to be like, wow, oh, if I only knew now what if I only knew then what I know now, I would have just done this totally differently. But the only way to know is to do it, right? And to sometimes just make terrible mistakes. Often, we learn better from our mistakes than from our successes. So if you really want to to learn, you got to make a lot of mistakes. And so I always hope that people watching these videos, people must learn a lot, because I make a lot of mistakes. So that's why sometimes if you want to paint along, you can just sort of wait till the video's over and then go to the end, see how it looks, and then kind of watch the video in fast speed and just see, you know, when you see the steam coming out of my ears and the sweat dripping down my forehead, you're like, oh, okay, this something something bad happened here. I wonder what exactly that was. And then you can be like, oh, he did that. Okay, that did not work out well. And then hopefully in the attempt to salvage it, I did something right. Okay, I mean, that's kind of cool like that, I gotta say. Even there's a kind of a nice little start, all those little white dots. Belzorium says, okay, that answers my question, thank you. Alright, this course isn't going to watch itself. I'll likely be coming back later during the next live stream. Have a good rest of your day. Okay, thank you, my friend, for keeping me company. I appreciate that. Take upload the artwork you create to our Facebook group so we can celebrate what you've got done. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. So I just blow dried it maybe just a little bit more than I had to, just to make sure that everything dried nicely. The good thing is I was just able to erase some of those lines from the carbon paper with just a little bit of water, just very little damp cloth, wipe stuff away. It also makes me confident I can erase my white lines very easily if I wanted to. So I'm just contemplating, do I want to... Well, I think what I want to do next is I'm going to paint with my whatever this is, my cool blue, and we're going to paint over top of these lines, and I'm going to try to fade them out here. So let's mix up a color first. Let's take our cool blue. I'm going to mix it into my glazing fluid. Now, I'm just debating. I don't know how well that's going to show up, so let's just test it. Let's just see. How well will this work? You know, interesting that maybe I'm going to zoom in on this. Okay, let's do another one of these lines so you can see. So clearly, this is my cool blue over top of these white lines, and where it's going over top of these white lines, it's a little bit lighter, you know, as we might expect. But actually, I actually kind of think this might work really well. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to paint over top of all of these lines. And then I'm just going to use a soft brush just to kind of soften out any edges and texture. And then depending on how this goes, I'm just wondering if that's visible enough. You know what? I'm going to take a bit of my white here. I'm going to mix this into this color here. So now there's a little bit of white on my brush. Where should we go? Let's go up here. Oops, let's get a nice dry brush. You'll notice I'm only doing small little sections at a time here. And I'm making sure this brush is nice and dry in my hand. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to fade these lines out. Because after all, we want them to look like highlights, right? Like these flashes of light, reflections. Something on the corner here. I don't know what that is. So I'm not sure if this is the best method here, but I'm gonna just follow it down the line as far as I can go, and we'll see. You never really know until you've done it. So I would think Jack Goldstein would kind of appreciate this. I think he'd find it kind of funny that I've taken one of his films and I'm transforming it into a painting. So this is a little bit sloppy right now, but this is just our first pass at this, and it's going to get a little bit better as we go. One thing that's happening that as I apply this glaze, it's basically wiping away the pencil lines underneath, right? Or the carbon paper, the white lines. So I just have to be careful when I'm blending it out that I don't lose where the kind of the center of these lines actually lays. Right, because now it's just totally gone. So this is also why I didn't do the white radiating kind of balls of light first, is that I wouldn't want to have to paint those and then to have to paint around them afterwards with this background layer. Now some of my lines are a little bit crooked, which is, you know, slightly annoying. I guess now in retrospect I see I probably could have used a ruler and didn't have to be quite so worried about making the carbon paper, kind of leaving fingerprints and things on the surface. But again, it's one of those things you never really know until you do it. A common issue with glazing is putting too much glaze down. So that's why you see me occasionally wiping it off on my hand. I just like wiping it off on the back of my hand and my thumb there. Of course, you could use a rag. One of the reasons I like using my own skin, though, is that I can feel very, you know, I can feel how much pressure I'm putting on there, and therefore I can see how much paint has come off the brush, as opposed to maybe if it's on a rag or cloth. It's a little bit harder to know exactly how hard you've pressed, how much paint has come off. Because I want a relatively dry brush, but I also don't mind if a little bit of paint's on here, because that can kind of be blended in. Okay, let's just take a look at this. I'm just going to zoom out just so you can see where what we've got so far. Okay, so let's blow dry this. Maybe I'm just gonna, one of my blending brushes here, I'm just gonna clean that off. I'm gonna let it sit here to dry. Maybe I got two of these here. Let's. And let's just clean this brush off too. Okay, let's continue. I'm just trying to decide, do I want to do more with that white? Or just use my blue? I think I'm just going to use the blue without any white. It's going to look fairly close to the original, but since the original had a lot of warm blue in there, this cool blue is going to be a little bit lighter anyway. So this next layer could possibly be very, almost maybe too transparent. So let's just see. See if it shows up at all. Don't know how much of that is showing up. It shows up better on top of the lighter area that I've just painted, unsurprisingly. Actually, that kind of works well. I like that. However, if I kind of go a little bit wider to try to get a bit more of a bigger blur, it doesn't seem to be very visible at all. So in which case, I think I'm actually going to go back. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back a step. I'm going to make do what I just did, and I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to maybe expand this a bit with just so paint the same with a little bit of white, but maybe not quite as much here. So I'm kind of like widening these lines, making them less kind of thin lines, widening them out. That's cool. Okay. Now we're cooking. Yeah, this paint just needed a little bit more white. On its own, it just wasn't opaque enough to really even be noticeable on top of this blue. So I'm going to do all of the one diagonal first, and then I'm going to blow dry it and then do the other one on top so that I can preserve one layer. And I'm glad I did the first layer first because it kind of preserved the initial part of this beam. I tried originally kind of doing what I'm doing now all in one step, but what ended up happening is I lost kind of the center of the lines, and they started to kind of get a little bit, I felt like I was losing a little bit of control there. I'm like, oh, I don't know, it was could look pretty sloppy. So by painting that first layer, then blow drying it, I've kind of locked in where those lines are. I also think if I go over top of this with my blue afterwards, it might show up really well, actually. So I'm just debating whether I want to do that as well. Like if I just paint this without any white, go over top of all of these lines. Kind of liking how it's going. So, although that can be famous last words, right? Okay, moving right along here. So I got about an hour and a half before I gotta wrap up, so just gotta be mindful of time. I think I got maybe 20 minutes more maximum I should spend on this background before I start painting all those dots. Had to do this one separately because I want it to be, I don't want, as I paint through those lines, that I kind of mess with them. So painting it separately works really well. Okay, okay. So now, let's blow dry that one more time. Let's just take a look at these side by side. So we've got areas like in here where we've actually got a lot of this glaze. So I'm gonna brush this in here. Okay, blow dry that. Now I'm using less and less of the glaze that had a little bit of white and just the plain cool blue on its own. I'm just kind of brushing outward. I just kind of want this kind of almost like a little cloud effect of glowing paint here. The secret to this is having a nice, dry, soft brush just to soften out these edges. And also that you take your time while you're doing this. Now I'm kind of rushing, so it's going to make it a little bit more on the sloppy side. But that before you do another layer, you want to do a little blow dry. I'm just going to keep going here, maybe over top of some of these lines. So I'm out of paint, so I'm just going to take some more glazing fluid, a little bit of paint, and just mix this in nice and thoroughly. So there should be more glazing fluid than paint to do this effectively. So I can feel, even as I go over top of semi-dried paint, kind of a resistance, like it's a little bit sticky there. That's a bad sign, right? That means I'm being a little bit impatient, and that means I should let that area dry before I do another layer over top of it. Okay, so speaking of which, let's blow dry that again. So now this paint is kind of thin and quite transparent, so it's having less of an immediate impact. It's just kind of, again, creating this soft glow around these lines. Try that again. I'm going to use my glazing fluid. Now I'm going to take just even more of this blue and mix this on here. So now I've got maybe 50% glazing fluid to 50% paint. So it's going to make this color more opaque and maybe a little bit more visible. Okay, let's blow dry that, and I think maybe one more layer. Okay, what else do I want to do here? Kind of like how some of these areas have kind of they blur together, and kind of like right here, so I kind of want a bit more of that elsewhere. Okay, I think I need to blow dry. Maybe we need to move on here. So I'm not super impressed with how that looks on camera, but in person, this is looking pretty cool. And that's typical. Sometimes these episodes, I'm like, wow, this is awesome. And I look at the camera like, oh. I swear it looks great over on this side of the camera. I'm hoping that as the white starts to come online here in a few moments, that it's like, oh, okay, that looks better. Okay, let's clean our brushes. This could also just be the light. Anyway, I think it's turned out good. I'm not going to lose heart because it's not appearing the way I want on camera. Just have to have faith that it's going to work out. Okay. Let's quick blow dry here. So moving right along here, I got about an hour before I got to wrap up. So what I want to focus on now is the light, the white balls of light here inside the swimmer, the diver, the dancer. So we've got kind of the light radiating blue lines, cool blue lines in the background. Now we want the lines on top, and I think those little white dots might actually help accentuate some of this a little bit. That's the hope anyway. So let's look at the original. So how do I want to do this? I want to, my instinct is to go right to white, but I think I'm actually going to do a mixture. Let's take a bunch of white. Let's also take our blue. We're going to need a bit more white. Mix this together. So I took some of my blue, about half and half, and I get this type of color here. Now I'm going to add substantial amount of glazing fluid to it. And fully incorporate it in here. It's hard to know when you use glazing fluid with white just how dark or bright that color actually is until you start using it. So I'm going to start somewhere maybe less conspicuous where I know I can kind of make some mistakes. So kind of like around the either the ankle or the butt, right? Where there's a bunch of these white lines just sort of, or circles kind of merge together. So that's a good place for me to practice here, because I know that probably I'm going to cover up whatever I do anyway, so okay. So let's zoom in. Now I feel kind of like I know what I want to do, and I like the amount of glaze required here. So I'm just going to go right up to the top. Oops. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to skip over dots and paint every second dot. Otherwise, what can happen is I end up erasing the dots that are there, and it becomes super frustrating. So I'm just going to go around, do every second dot. That's already maybe a bit too close. So at this stage, I'm not going to worry so much about getting the right dots, the same size and brightness. I'm just going to treat them all relatively the same. It'll be on the next stage where I'm going to go and try to maybe get a little bit closer to the original. So you can see I'm not even looking at the original here. I'm just doing these kind of orbs of light around each one. You'll notice I'm not using a lot of paint. That can make doing this kind of frustrating if you're using big globs of paint, because your dry brush is going to get really wet really quickly, and it's going to you'll be, instead of just blending things out, you're painting things. You know, I suppose it's almost like you could probably do this with a bit of a sponge too, if you preferred. Ah, sorry, it's not on camera. Okay, let's quickly blow dry that, and then we're going to do all the stars I haven't done. Okay, so let's go back up to the top here. You want to be careful doing what I'm doing, where I'm applying glaze in a bunch of different places all at once, because sometimes it can dry faster than you expect, and then you've got more defined blobs of paint than you might have originally wanted. Because I'm in a hurry, and also because I've done this kind of thing many times, I have a little bit more confidence that even if I make a big boo-boo, that I'll be able to find my way back. But if you're just beginning, this could feel, it could be a bit troublesome. Because if it dries, like I'm going very fast, right? You see, I put that on, and within like maybe 20-30 seconds, I'm buffing out my brush strokes. If you wait too long, that glaze will dry, and then you can't really do any of that buffing. So another thing that is happening here though is as I do this, these little dots are starting to kind of get obscured a little bit. They're getting harder to see. So that's also a possible issue, is that we might lose the shape of where these dots are. And then it can kind of start to fall apart a little bit. So if you are starting to kind of get worried that you're losing the dots, then what you would probably want to do is just take your white paint and just paint those little white dots there again. Okay, let's actually I'm just thinking, is there anything I do see? That actually works really nice. That feels like that's starting to incorporate a little bit of that background into these two layers together. I think that's working really well. Cool. Okay, that I didn't think would be that successful, but that's. I don't want to overdo it though, so let's just be careful, Michael. Okay, that's good. I like that. So let's blow dry this. Okay, so I did say that, you know, if you're afraid that your pencil or the dots are starting to disappear, that you might want to go back over them. And I think, not that I'm afraid I'm going to lose them, but I think actually this might be a efficient thing to do right now. Is to go back over them, but maybe blend them out a little bit more, just using pure white. Water on the brush here. Okay. Did I just blow dry that? I think I did, right? You know what? I'm gonna go. Let's just paint the little white dots here. I'm feeling that. My initial idea, I'm gonna lose these dots. So let's just paint them back again. I mean, essentially, this is what I'll do again near the very, very end. I was kind of thinking maybe I could just skip it and just wait till the very, very end, but I'm starting to struggle to find those dots, so let's just do this right now. Okay, let's blow dry this. Okay, now let's go back and let's widen these things up again. Now that I'm less afraid, I'm gonna lose all the center of all of these spots. So let's go back up to the top. This time I think I'm now gonna start using my reference here. might just start making these bigger. There's a lot of dots here, and I'm getting a little confused as to where they're all supposed to go, so... I think it's possible I might have been able to do this a little bit earlier. I don't know. So I'm not painting the entire shape, making it as big as possible, because I want there to be kind of a soft area around it, so I need some room to blend. Okay, let's blow dry all that. Okay, let's just keep going here. I'm going faster than I would like to, so it can lead to a little bit of sloppiness here. I'm just going to try to clean up these circles. And make them a little bit more opaque, because some places they got the center of them are kind of got a little they're not, the outer edges might have been are kind of opaque, but the centers are sometimes a little bit more transparent, as that's where the brush, when I pulled the brush up, that's where it's coming out of. Ah. My hand was stamping paint on there. You gotta catch those little mistakes kind of as soon as you see them, so you can fix them before they fully dry onto the canvas. So I can already see things starting to come together. So doing this whole thing, it just takes time and some patience. You got to be using your hair dryer frequently to do this. If I wanted it to look absolutely seamless, like many of Jack Goldstein's paintings, in which again he hired people who are really good at particularly airbrush techniques to do this. Well, you'd want to use an airbrush, would probably make life a lot easier and get really subtle, because you just go with the airbrush. It drives me endlessly crazy when I paint and I'm not on camera and I'm just... So I'm going to do my best to paint this painting, but like all the paintings that I do, I'm not worried about straight up mimicry. I use them as inspiration, then I do my best to capture the spirit of that painting. But like, let's say in some of these here where, you know, maybe I put a big circle where it's supposed to be a small circle. I'm not going to stay up late at night worrying about that. Painting little circles is a skill that one must develop. It's not easy to do because brushes don't like being pushed, you know, against the bristle. So it takes a little bit of experience, practice to do it. I mean, these aren't like perfect circles either. But another thing to always remember is no one is going to look at your painting as closely and for as long as you are, maybe while you're working on it. Most people are never going to get up close to it. Most people are just going to look at it from across the room. And therefore, as long as it sort of looks good from the point of view that most people would see it, that's all that's required. Like an example I often think about is like set decoration, set painting on movie sets. Right? If you've ever been on a movie set and seen set painting, you've seen the work that artists have done to paint, you know, like fake wood on a barn door or something. You know, up close it's just like, wow, man, this looks terrible. Oh my goodness. Looks so sloppy and messy, and it looks like somebody painted it. It doesn't look like the real thing. But it doesn't matter what the real thing looks like, you know, unless they're going to bring tours of people through, like maybe Universal Studios or something. It only has to look good on camera, and then afterwards they usually take everything down, throw most of it out, maybe recycle some stuff, maybe put some stuff in storage to be possibly used again by a different production. But you know, most of the time it's just going to be seen kind of in the background, and as long as it looks good in the background, good enough. And in fact, often there's different people who paint, you know, like the close-up stuff versus people who are doing background work. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at this as it's unfolding. just going to expand some of these. Okay, what else? Okay, I think that's probably good for that stage. Just clean these brushes off. Okay, let's blow dry that. I'm going to use a little bit of pink here. I'm just going to use my cool red. This is going to give me kind of a little bit more of a brighter, or kind of what we might call hot pink, even though it's actually technically cool, but isn't that ironic? Don't you think? Isn't it ironic? Okay. Okay, don't want to overdo it with these little bits of pink, but I think it's kind of nice. Okay, let's move on from that. I got about 10 minutes left. A bit of a race here, okay. Okay, so let's go. Okay, we're getting pretty close to the. Oops, no, that's the wrong one. Okay, we're getting pretty close to the end here. I need to do a little bit of finishing touches. I want to go back over some of those pink areas, put white back in there, maybe expand some of those glowing orbs a little bit, and then we're going to be done. Well, I have to be done because I got to run and get my daughter from school. So let's see here. That's good. I like that, on camera, like, that looks a little out of focus. That's perfect. That's what I want it to be, to appear a little bit out of focus. Okay. So let's get, I'm going to put glazing fluid on my palette. And it's going to take a bit of this white. I think this white is already diluted with glazing fluid, so I want very transparent layer because I'm just kind of doing little finishing touches here on pretty subtle little effects. Okay. I thought I blow dried that. Okay. That's a little bit too transparent, so let's go on to some other areas here. I'm rushing a bit, and that's not good. One thing with glazing fluid is if you rush, the fluid will punish you and treat you mercilessly. That's precisely what I'm trying to do right now, and the painting is like, oh, you think you're just gonna race through this final step, are you? Okay, well, I guess you still haven't learned your lesson yet, Michael. We're gonna make sure that it won't go as planned. So I'm just going to go back to basics. I'm just going to paint circles and skip every second one again, like I did earlier. Or do every second star here. And then I'll blow dry it. There's a quote that I love that says, it's from a chef, says, "Slow down, we're in a hurry." Which at first sort of seems totally nonsense, but the context is, it's like, you know, we're in a hurry. We don't have time to kind of cook a dish a second time over. That would be disastrous. So we gotta hurry, but we also gotta get it right. So go fast, but don't sacrifice the quality just to kind of get it done. Okay, I think I need to blow dry this. Okay. So now let's just keep on going. 8 minutes. This is the kind of thing you definitely don't want to be racing to try to do, but that's my only option here if I want to finish this painting today. Of course, I could continue on it later on, but I'd like to do other paintings instead. I really don't like having paintings that go over multiple episodes. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that because I don't remember exactly where I've painted and where I haven't since I last blow dried. So now I'm really just going to go back to the areas that are maybe the brightest, have the biggest glows. And I'm just going to keep on kind of painting around them. So again, I'm rushing. This is not best practices really, where I'm going all over the place as opposed to working in smaller sections, but okay, let's blow dry that again. So now this is a white paint with, there's a little bit of glazing fluid in here, but it's quite opaque. It's definitely taking some risks here doing that, because without the glazing fluid in there, it's possible that I get some blobs that are maybe more opaque than I would wish, but again, I can't remember what I've painted and what I haven't yet. Okay, we're getting pretty close. I'm just gonna blow dry maybe one more time. Because there's less and less glazing fluid in here, I don't have to blow dry for quite as long. Because it'll dry faster. Okay, just gonna do a couple of little things where I'm just gonna put a bit more white back into a few places, cover up a little bit. Okay, I think that's good. I gotta run. Okay, so we've arrived at that stage of the episode where we're going to compare our painting to the original and just see how things turned out. Just before we do that, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes like this are taking place. We should be here on Thursdays going forward, but you never know. So if you want to donate via PayPal, you can scan the QR code right there or enter in this web address, and you can safely donate to support the channel. Right here, that's what it looks like. You can also donate by sending a check through the mail or an e-transfer or using the YouTube Super Chat while we're live. I also suggest, and those links to the website and the Facebook group are all in the description below. And if you want to join that Facebook group, again, you can scan this QR code there. You can find my email address there to send an e-transfer. This is the direct, or that's the bit.ly short web address, and then here's the direct address within Facebook. And that's what it looks like. So, and if you've made a painting based on Jack Goldstein's, like I've done today, or something else, maybe it's even the drawing classes we did years ago, please consider joining the Facebook group and sharing your work with the rest of us so we can celebrate your achievement. So there's the original, and drum roll please. There's my version. Okay. Now, I haven't actually looked at them side by side in a while because I've been racing, so it does look a little bit different. Some of these glowing areas are definitely blurrier than I was planning. Really, a lot of that is just due to time and just racing so fast to get this painting done. It got a little bit sloppy. Those circles start to expand and expand and expand. At the same time, I don't dislike it. It just looks a little bit different. I think, you know, if it was they were a little bit smaller, I think that would have been nice, but this is okay too. If I had more time, what I would have done is just done maybe a lot of this white with kind of that same cool blue, and then built up to the white again. But, you know, we don't all have infinite amounts of time. So let's zoom in here. Yeah, so actually maybe it's no, let's see there. Let's zoom that out a bit. See, the camera has it's like, I can't focus on it. It's all out of focus, which is good that the camera thinks it's out of focus. Okay. Yeah, again, you could see how kind of less distinct these are. I think actually, though, if like when I squint my eyes and look at it, or if this was, you know, at night and I dim the lights down, I think this is actually going to show up really well. Like the little white circles will become more visible through the kind of the blurry areas. I like these kind of radiating lines. I think I did an okay job of that too. I mean, I think there's more of them in the original than what I've done, but yeah, mine kind of looks a little bit weirder now, almost a little bit more ambiguous that it is actually a figure, but I don't mind that either. I like that it's kind of slightly abstract. And again, when I did the outline, I was like, I kind of like how this looks like a Kandinsky or something. Okay, everyone. Well, thanks for painting along with me, keeping me company. Lots of laughs there in the chat. So once again, upload your work to the Facebook group. In a few weeks, we'll do our next feedback bonus episode, and I can't wait to celebrate your work. Just remember, every time you're making art, you're making the world a better place. You're injecting positivity, creativity. You're being constructive rather than destructive, and we need a lot more constructive, positive energy in the world right now. Oh my goodness. So thank you for helping to make our world a little bit of a better place, one painting at a time. We'll see you guys next week. Have a wonderful weekend. Talk to you soon. Take care, everybody. I'm gonna go swimming in the ocean with my little girl. Can't wait. Okay, everybody. Bye-bye.